Yes, Pada. Late is about 10 minutes. Hello, everyone. How are we doing this fine afternoon? Don't ask me why I had tummy troubles. I don't know either. I'm a bit low energy today, but I think we can do this. I think we can still have a fun time. We can still have a fun time and a fun trial. Okay, that's good to hear. Very good to hear, Pada. Let us continue. Why did you have tummy troubles? Yes, we left in the middle of the inconsistency being explained. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal so. Hence, the metal weapon would have stayed put. If it can't transport metal, then what was the cage made out of? In other words, the point raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machines that we built together. I love when the judge's hair won't. Oh yeah, vaguely remember he was disproving his own defense. Yes, he was. We were like, ha! We found an inconsistency! And he's like, wait, no, you didn't. Hold on. I'm like, dude, we're trying to defend. No, you didn't find an inconsistency. I can explain that. What are you doing? I feel like that one that one Game Changer clip where Brennan is acting like a lawyer, and Zach is acting like the defendant. And Brennan is making a huge case and like being like, my client didn't kill this man, and like he's like, yeah, I killed him. And it's just like, no, what the fuck are you doing?
So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is
that based upon this hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by the method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words,
since a screwdriver is made of metal, even if it is reimagined, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency.
And therefore,
Professor Albert Harebrained could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood. Oh, for that very reason.
I was not addressing a witness.
Professor Harebrained? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I am a scientist, after all. And a fucking idiot. You just disproved our defense of you. I mean, yes, it technically would have been a lie if you didn't fucking say anything. You probably would have gotten banned from being a lawyer again, but still. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. It's like this is a game to him. My guy, if we don't prove that you're innocent, you're going to go to jail and then die. My guy, just tell us after and let it be like, oh, well, I was innocent anyways, but now let me fix the issues you said. That would be considered perjury, technically. I think so. Give me a second. I want to see what we have. Metal screwdriver. This is all we have. Hold on. How do I get to people? I want to see what he was wearing. I guess not. Cause like I was thinking like, wait, hold on, cause there's a green. Oh, canvas-like. Never mind. It's not a shirt. Hold it! And yet you retort you retorted my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way. No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those are the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest of esteem. But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very perilous position, don't you? No scientist should try to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know. Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist? I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know. Honey. You don't remember his name, and yet you were just quoting him? Just quoting a great scientist. Yeah, I don't know his name, but, you know, he's a great scientist, though. Just trust me on that one. He wasn't like a famous murderer or anything. It might be worth keeping the names of your idols in mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. My friend Zeeks really did have a friend one. They're just hell freezing over. You might not have been born then. Hold it! Your hypothesis states it. So this isn't proven then. No, of course not. It is merely a hypothesis, but a good one based on thousands of calculations. God, his little fucking dance. But it is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It is the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the C obtusa. The C obtusa cage. in which Mr. Asden was placed for the kinesis. Okay, so he wasn't wearing green anyway.
The jail cell which the victim was detained. It's not a jail cell. What? It doesn't seem to be made of a timber of some sort.
I'll thank you to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. I'll thank you to not refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim would have been beamed away by an instantaneous. Any weapon when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict the fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah, indeed, sir.
Someone beam me out of this nightmare. Beam me up, biscotti. You seem to be pleased by that. Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased? No! We're trying to prove you innocent, you fuckwit! You fucking idiot! You goddamned moron! No. Man is book smart and nothing else. I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse. I know that. No, you're quite right.
Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asman?
Oh, well, no, not really. Yeah, I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed the hypothesis in the project, and the research grant, of course. This book's more than anything else. God, yeah, he is. Mm-hmm. Taking my research. Hold it! How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place? A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work. Now, when you say small provincial science journal and little paper, do you mean that, like, in size? Because you're holding up a little booklet.
It's a scientific journal. Good gracious! I didn't know. I should need new spectacles.
Yeah, no, he literally means that that's the science journal, and that's a... Is the science journal just called Science? Ah, yes, the great science journal. Science. I had an extraordinary hypothesis and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down. It is the science journal. Watered down water out of a tiny little glass. They ever have water? It's just watered down. You know, by water. What the fuck do you mean? But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory. Why is everything so small? and offered you to help fund your work. Exactly. That's exactly. I can imagine. Wait, hold on. If your laboratory was so small, how did you build that huge ass thing? You build it in parts and then ship it to America? Is that what happened? America. London. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the three of us produced a fantastic machine together. The machine that you brought to the great exhibition to demonstrate. We had to apply for the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit these things. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of that, of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Hold it! When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction? Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical sides of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer. The remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will be no doubt impossible. Yes, I realize that. But still, if someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. Murder! The secret to my hypothesis? Or just a dash of murder? You know, like, just a little, like, the secret to my the secret ingredient to my recipe? You know, the secret is... Really getting mileage out of that emote. But Mr. Asman and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. And he got stabbed in the heart as a result. I have to protect our work. So for certain, the machine must be kept safe. That's only fair, but because what happened was an accident. That's the extent of the testimony, then. Goodness for that. I don't want to be doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. It seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder. What if this hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? It is! Okay. What do we have in the court record? Man, is there anything? Blood. This is blood. Mr. Asman's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Okay. Blood. We got the A. What was this screwdriver's name again? It had a name. It started with an A. I don't think it was Albert, because that's the scientist's name. Andrew. Yes, it was Andrew. Thank you. 47, National British, death, 21st October. Image of the wound. Where's the heart? Very sharp. Broken vertebra. Looks like it's from height. Photograph of the victim. Hey. Hold on, wouldn't the glasses? I think I found it. Pretty sure I know what I need to be presenting here, because look at these glasses. That is clearly fucking metal. I mean, the glass isn't. It's glass. So, like, maybe the glass would have been transported, but not the metal? I don't know. But the glasses are clearly made of metal. Objection! There we go. Fucking knew it. Professor Harebrained, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made? Is that right? Yes, that's right. That's right. It's spot on. Exactly correct. If, in that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not. Metal? No! We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis is correct, it correctly predicted that outcome, it should have also predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would be found at the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Harebrained, this isn't easy for me to say. Your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Oh!
Order! 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 Counsel, what is the implication of this?
If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all of my work!
I could say something here, and if I could say something here, my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Gesture number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, here's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting that my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us.
Man is being proven innocent. Oh no, I'm not a murderer! True, that's absolutely what's happening here. Like, what the Bruh, let us do our job. Please. How's the music, by the way? I'm asking it 30 minutes into the stream. How's the music? Do I need to turn it up? Do I need to turn it down to an?
In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
Music fine, good. No! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil was that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. Question needs to help the best way? I'm assuming it's raise an objection. Objection! The Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes? But even so what? Going to such trouble and to expend an expense to create a fake machine to display in public? He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money.
If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators? What would the value be of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, ma'am. £500 a year.
Oh, yeah, you could live on you could live handsome on that much for years.
The society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations of a few retired recently. And plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
Improved many times. No, I haven't deceived anyone. Least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. Science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Stop celebrating when it's getting further and harder and harder to prove that you did not murder this man. Berk. And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed the murder is the accused. Berk. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks.
The prosecution would like to summon a new witnesses to the stand.
New witnesses? What would the nature of what would be the nature of their involvement?
They were spectators of the demonstration of their exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses?
Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from the witnesses to the eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. Postiche? This experiment was no postiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Any other witnesses is better than Hairbrain, probably. Yeah. Now, my lord friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. Clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand.
As you wish.
Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
I would say that we probably should have ended there last time, but it was like 35 minutes more ish. We're not going to take a intermission. We are gonna take a small break though. I have to go use the inhaler, and I might as well get a drink while I'm doing that. I won't put you on intermission, but I'll leave you guys here. But I'll be back in like just a couple minutes. Don't go crazy. Still watching you. I said don't go crazy. We're back though. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m. Old Bailey, the Independent. Mr. Naruto, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth was you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Oh, sorry about that. But you promised me. Oh, you said you'd prove that tragic explosion was an accident, not a murder. And you said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. We're trying! You're the one who's fucking keeping us from doing that, you fucking idiot! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there is an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete.
How dare you? Be gone, bot.
Thank you, Potter. Oh, by the way, I think I figured out what was wrong with my alerts. I think I actually fixed it. Still, nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no! You're smashing that wall at them in. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful. He's being a prosecutor. It's his job to prove you were the murderer. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes? What? The machine and the demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans of the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. Yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, must believe it. Alright, Professor. I understand.
Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Echo White of the courtroom, please.
Alright, let's see what wacky and crazy characters we get as fucking witnesses. It all hinges on the demonstration. Professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. On the other hand, Mr. Sherwood was adamant. Practical implementation, such as what was attempted at the Professor's Great Exhibition, what? So really, what should I be trying to prove here? That the man is innocent? That he didn't kill him?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord.
Oh, Lord Vansies. I believe the next witnesses saw the demonstration of the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. As luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Ah. So, okay. Got it. But the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Ah, uh-huh, yeah. Perfect. Detective of all people. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question is scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed the act of murder is the only other individual who had been present at the state at the time, the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. We'll bring forth the witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Witnesses whose proximity to the incident in the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Wait. Oh my god. I'm sorry, is that another child? We have a child on the juror's bench. We have a child as a witness. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthasar Lu. I'm the impresario of the hot air balloons in vicinity for the experimental stage. Actual German. My name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sixmans Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh, he's Bohemian, never mind. I don't know what a Bohemian accent is, so I'm going to be doing a German one. I'm very rich. Bohemian Rhapsody. Just the fact this little boy just went, "Here you go," and he was like, "Yes, here you go," and it's like, it's a court of law. Why are you buying a balloon? It's a court of law. Why does he have balloons? Inspector Junior Lestrade, Scotland Yard. A great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got to go up in one of them balloons. It's amazing. Dina again. She did mention she'd seen a disaster from up in the balloon, actually. Wait, the hot air balloon guy has a flame on his hat? The fuck? What do you mean? Like, hold on, is it on fire? He cleared it out every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon, and the other at the time, and saw events unfold in the skies above. Oh my god, he does? Hello? Sir? Is that safe? You make it sound like we were in the clouds.
The altitude was, it was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, we can't say nothing if you lie. You can't see nothing if you lie to your eye, can ya?
60 feet, 18 meters. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe what you witnessed, especially those of you at a vantage point above the stage.
Witness testimony. View from 60 feet up.
It was an incident. It was an incident terrible.
Oh, is he French? No, he's Italian. He's gotta be Italian. Doing all the accents, my god. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. And there's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. From amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. From amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and it crashed into the crystal tower. It is very offensive, I understand. It is the only way I can do an Italian accent. At least you can't always see me doing the Italian hand gesture off screen to get in character. I didn't get a good look at the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
But let's just clarify something. There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses around here. There were other balloons nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as the power supply of the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Second explosion. Birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. But suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Good for you, 1% asshole!
Precisely who is this curious infant? And why is he being used as a witness? In fact, I have another question. Why is there a child as one of our jurors? I feel like both of those cause quite a bit of, not good, actually.
I am told he's a young noble of the Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. He is in elementary school. and is being used as a witness for a murder trial. Yeah, seems sound reasoning to me. I guess he witnessed it, yes, but still. He is a child. How good can the testimony of a literal elementary schooler actually, how reliable can it actually be? How reliable? Elementary, my dear Potterson. I want to know this child's exact age. Just because I want to see if we have a 6-year-old in the fucking stands. We get to people. Ah, here we go. Well, he's 11. Why are you in? Wait, what? I guess he just turned 11? Huh. He's still in whatever. We'll have the benefit of a child's point of... The benefit? Ben seeks that's a detriment. Yes, his childlike wonder and imagination will come so in handy in this trial. What the fuck do you mean? Sorry. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look. This is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see. Delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of the witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Does it, though? It is a child! Namely, that despite ending an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Wait, so the kid isn't rich, his parents are the rich ones. Where are they? I would assume... Well, he's on a field trip with his elementary school. So they probably gave him in like a allowance, you know, here's a few $100 to buy whatever you want in Britain, honey. You know. Wait, has a mask? He's secretly Bohemian Batman? No, his parents are still alive. As far as we know. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could have possibly committed the murder.
Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Great. Things are not damaged. This huge bank can stay the next second. Another bank in the sky beside us. Amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. Cage fell from the sky. Power. Inside the cage, but no one went in near it. Okay. Trying to think. Oh, we already examined that. Oops. Represent. Oops.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. Sì, all 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini. They are very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? It's more my annual stipend. £20 a month. Such is my pocket money. Good for you, child! Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. They're so popular, then why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in disguise, they would crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by the lots, which, you know. Can we punt the child? Not yet. He hasn't done anything wrong yet. He hasn't lied in court yet. Which, I mean, even if he lies in court, he is a child. They tend to lie. I know he's an 11-year-old child, but they still tend to lie. Hold on. I gotta stretch. My neck is killing me, and so is my back. Oh. Okay, there were some nice pops. Oh. Operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. And the one above the public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. Other impresarios hate it. Like those ads. Dermatologists hate him.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements of the balloon rides for the exhibition. Perhaps we can hear more about what you actually witnessed in the incident.
Right. I can fill you in there, my lord. Just a huge bang from the stage.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the incident happen from up in the air? Yep. Ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, ought to be a lot of being telling you, being a lawyer is a mug's game. She's joining the force and we go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything! Everything! Because we we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing cove climbing into the cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's where it happened. Then there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
Oh, I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in my ear. I can't hear out of this one anymore.
That's Peter.
I'm sorry, what was that? Yeah, go ahead. Looked round and there was a huge great fireball next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Master Kotz, do you have a memory of the does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at the elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use the full name. Yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund Ormstein. Ormstein. Just the four names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade. Didn't you say that? Detective. Okay. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion. It was right beside our balloons, that is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I said, ain't it? 1 minute there was nothing, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at the elementary school said when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Jesus Christ, your elementary school teacher sure is harsh. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Should there be transactions going on in the court? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. And what color is the canvas we have?
Yeah, baby!
A green balloon? Hey, you what? I never said nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Potter, we can punt the child now. Playing a bleeding royal card, are you? Typical. As the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony.
Don't refer to him as young man. Refer to him as small child. In the interests of
cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
But not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Well, it's not gonna be, take that. And I think we have to get... Present. No, not present, fuck.
Hold it!
Oh, apparently it's raining in California. I think. Rain is so fucking rare in that state that everyone freaks out when it starts to rain. There was a video by ProZD that was like people in LA when it rains. Part of it goes, "Why is LaCroix falling from the sky?" A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring. Do you mean bored? I think you mean bored. Ah, this is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Probably is, to be honest. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason, the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. You insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madai! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky! All of them! What? Here you are, your highness. Only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we would return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Loon? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
I mean to do that, but sure, whatever. Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. Losing his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons are still there. I saw it though. Saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That is what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep the people away? Eh? Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, wasn't I? Right. So, because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to get over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. A real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So, anyway, I couldn't save the cage. Hello, Batata. Thank you. How are you doing? I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. Scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution is really asserting that the demonstration was genuine. What if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. Two explosions have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. We need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. My first thought is to present, now that we know that there was a green balloon that fell from the sky, my first thought is to present this to him because, oh, none of my balloons were damaged.
Objection!
Perfect, alright. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you were operating at the time were undamaged? See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it may be... See, a part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric in the of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That is a large around part of the balloon, which becomes a field without the air. The balloon part, basically. It is made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip while you are in the sky. Odd. A piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Ooh, he hiding something. Ooh, what you hiding? I'm a lawyer. I'ma find it. I'm a lawyer. If all the balloons in the sky of the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! The balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed.
Oh no, I never just spent £10 for the whole experience. How awful.
Seems like to me those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage,
The point of matter materialization shifted into a location occupied by a balloon.
causing the balloon to explode, yes, eminently possible. Plausible, I guess, whatever, same thing.
An unfortunate traffic incident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar. That the persons died in a balloon incident. There is no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I approve it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There is no such a balloon in the sky. It is impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important things to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
We can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. Defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I can concur, there is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of the phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition.
Ah, grazie, my lord. Grazie, grazie. Mr. Loon's balloon. I just understand why he was called Mr. I understand the pun now. He operates hot air balloons. His name is Balthazar Loon. You shorten that, B-Loon. Balloon. He operates hot air balloon. God damn it, Ace Attorney. As I said, the Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky I landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in the explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that burnt or bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? Coppers at the yard reckon it was probably debris from the debris thrown from the explosion on stage. That stupid Ragazor is a mistaken. My balloons have the red and the blue zigzag stripes anyway. I hate being an NPC. If my name didn't refer to a job, I would be unemployed forever. Hey, Beric von Zeeks doesn't have is gainfully employed, but his name doesn't stand for anything lawyer based.
So your assertion the balloon this child saw was not belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. For a child's testimony? My guy, you realize this is a child. Children lie. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be all out for. Good luck steering the whole country. What happened to all out war? Mr. Loon certainly didn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault in the witnesses' statements. The court must consider them truth. Oh, by the way, completely unrelated, but technically related to visual novels. Dispatch, coming out next month. October 22nd. They like yesterday they actually just released like another trailer for it. There's a little bit more like plot to it, as in like it revealed a little bit more of the plot to the game, which is nice. Get to see. It's coming out on the 22nd. I hope I have a job by then. Even if I don't, I think I'm still gonna buy it. The defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may cross-examine the witnesses.
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Mr. Lestrade could have sent for such a menial task. What? Me? I tell you what, I told the boss. These den kids like me only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true. The boss bought it and said he'd have to go it himself. Okay. My balloons are carrying the passengers.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiot? Sorry? It's like asking why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. The balloon flies because it flies. What else? That's not an answer. I love that this is kind of insinuating that even he does not understand how it works. He's like, it just flies. It's supposed to be Italian for I don't know. So he is Italian, fuck yeah. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons are either lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Not magic, but okay. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good Lord!
I do not permit the smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like a fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is this explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that this has happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. None of them were damaged. I still love that stupid fucking face he makes. Realization. I always want to make that face an emote. More damage than what was the one that exploded?
Hold it!
I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I ain't picking up this stuff up off the ground, mate. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. For an inspector, you shouldn't be picking pockets anymore. Mind you, boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, Cage went crashing into Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's when most of the investigating was going on. And so, I thought someone from Scotland Yard would gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. Could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some sculpture on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. A corpus at Yards broken the yards, probably from the exploded stage. The considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the coves what were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over. The old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. Seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can inspect repercussions. Ah. So in other words, he's getting removed from his paycheck. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? And the man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. The scrap of the balloon envelope means nothing. And the end, eh? The stupid raggar's always a mistake, and the balloons have a red and the blue zigzag stripes anyway.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. A piece of green cloth was from the scene. Not a mistake of it from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Yes, we can. Let me prove it to you. Benzies. If a balloon exploded and some debris fell off and it fell into the stage, right? Fell into, like, you know, by the experimentation stage. You know, like a few days beforehand. Wouldn't people trampling over it and, you know, and like moving it with their feet, wouldn't that, you know, move it from away from the scene maybe? If you got stuck on someone's shoe, you know, the little rubber, so like kind of sticky, you know? And also, it definitely would have moved from the scene because people were panicking and running from the scene, even if it was still there from days prior. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights all over Hyde Park, operating from before the great exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date, fortunately, as I'm sure you agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition?
Then why would it have been there the whole time? Someone would have picked it up. See, exactamente, as the signor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Please, little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Something wrong, Master Ross? It's Master Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green palooza. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much about the language as you like, but it changes nothing. You do not have evidence, ragazzo. Then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man.
This is why you don't let a child testify.
A photograph, for instance, intangible proof of what you claim.
But why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph right here. What is the point? What is the point of these if they're just gonna withhold evidence?
Good gracious.
What? Wait, I just noticed. The kid has a bandage on his head. Yeah, that hasn't been explained yet. They're both like, oh fuck. I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. Jesus Christ! How much does that weigh? And it's around the child's neck? I think. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. And there's a line shooting right up to that balloon. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. It is the fault of some stupid person who made the camera. What? The umlauts above the A. Cries in Bohemian. I think on that note we'll go to our break. As per the usual, we'll be taking a 10-minute break. I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink. I can't stop laughing. Go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. Green balloon sepia photo. fucking the umlauts above the A. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sorter ring the stream when we're gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Maybe I'll stop laughing about this by then. We're back. Back to Cries in Bohemian. There's one very sounding girl. And my joke of Cries in Bohemian still stands true.
Very well, the court will accept the photograph as evidence.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take on with you. In any case, when exactly did you take the photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. Which character are you? I'm the dude who's looking exasperated all the time. His name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and he's a lawyer. In, like, the 18-somethings. And the hot wind rushed over my face. That guy right there, I'm that guy. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, the black and the white photograph changes nothing. I could not give it the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. I thought Mr. Moon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. A young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. But Mr. Moon vehemently denies the possibility. Hard to imagine the man in charge mistaken by the number that were in the air. He's hiding something, I'm telling you. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Do you get to choose your attorney, or is each game based off a different lawyer? No, okay, so the Ace Attorney, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series follows Phoenix Wright. And then, some of the games don't always follow Phoenix Wright. There was Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, which is Apollo Justice. And then the Great Ace Attorney follows Naruhodo. So I guess each game has a different lawyer, I guess. Just got this photograph. Let's fucking go over it just a little bit. So Phoenix Wright is just the poster boy of the series in general. Yes. He is in most, if not all games. He's not in this one because he hasn't been born yet. But he was even in Apollo Justice, just not as a lawyer, just as a dude. But yeah. Why is that balloon? That is a very good and astute question, Potter. Why is that balloon empty? And what exactly is this line that's shooting up to the balloon? Like, what is being shot at it? I had this guy landed safely. I'm going to try and pass passenger. I see. Trace around. Yes, in 1800s. So, yeah, you know what? I think I have to present this photograph. He's claiming it's not his balloon, but, maybe?
Objection!
Nope! Not at all. Oops. Okay, not that. But you can't get away from the fact that burnt a bit of the clock scene, can ya? Properties at the yard. This probably is under the stage. Picasso is mistaken. My balloons have stripes anyway. I'm assuming this photo is what we need to present. We've done all the statements. Oops. Doesn't quite add up, blah blah blah. The heavenly I'm sure. Okay. So Darun is no liar. Trying to think what I need to present and where. Which is the whole game. That balloon didn't have stripes, exactly. And that he's claiming that it's not his balloon. So that really does, like, it's, and I already presented the photograph at this statement, and they were like, no, that's wrong. That's not where you need to present it. Madam, this is not where you need to present it. Are we trying to prove it was? I don't know what we're trying to prove. I think we are trying to prove it was his because the area in which the balloon was found was his area of balloons. So, like, he could only fly the balloons in a specific area, and that balloon was there. And the only balloons that were supposed to be there were his. So we are either trying to prove that it is his, or we are trying to find out why this balloon was there, even if it wasn't his. We are trying to make progress, yeah. The balloon was shot down and it killed a person. No, it did not. This balloon was not shot down and it did not kill a person. It was another thing entirely that killed the person. Okay, so the case is there is a man named Professor Harebrain. He is a German scientist because, of course, he's a German scientist. He was he was at the Great Exhibition in London, which is like where all these scientists and people like come to present their greatest discoveries and trying to get grants, you know, to pursue their discoveries and, you know, try to get, you know, all this money to fund their science. Harebrain is accused. An instantaneous kinesis machine exploded and it killed a man. That is the concise. That is the concise explanation. Thank you, Pada. And an instantaneous kinesis machine is just a fancy way of saying a teleporter. To help offer for work. Understandable. Understandable. Oh man. Let's see. Is the identity of the man important? I mean, not entirely, no. If I could show you the people, I would, but I'm not allowed to at the moment for some reason. He's just the victim, and he was the one who was funding the dude. No, he was an important individual. He was funding Harebrain's experiments. He was also a convicted fraudster, but he got off because he got off scot-free because people were bribed. Trying to think what we need to do. Carrying passengers going around the explosion catastrophe. Can't get away from the fact we burnt up bit cloth from the scene. That was the yard wrecking. It was probably some debris thrown by the explosion stage. Get over that Gazo. Taking weapons at the red. I know we've already examined this, but let me see. See if there's anything else we can examine. Maybe this piece of cloth was actually from a red and blue balloon somehow. It doesn't look like there's anything else to examine about this. We've already examined that. So sorry about that. The victim in question is not, like, really important right now to what's going on in terms of, like, open up the news article. This one, the Great Exhibition newspaper, I can't really open up the newspaper. This is all. The Reaper was attacked. That's not really relevant, but let's see. The Reaper attacked. The kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in Reaper's trials. This isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks as a result of the sound of it. It makes you think. If that's how the justice system works in London, there must be dark forces at work. Nothing else to really, like, look at in here. I'm sure this is... The man died of a stab wound? Yes. So, what is proposed happened was, during the explosion, Harebrain took the screwdriver, stabbed it into the man's heart, and then he was teleported to the Crystal Tower, which was right across, and then fell into the Crystal Tower, which also broke his spine, but he was dead anyway from the stab wound. It's a crazy case, but it's an Ace Attorney case. Hold on, hang on. Why would the fundee kill the sponsor? That is what we are trying. We are trying to disprove that he killed him. And they're trying to say it's for the grant money. I'm pretty sure, for some reason. I don't know. It's not exceptionally helpful. That. Oops. Yeah. The Bohemian boy claims that the fourth balloon. Nice possibility. Why was the balloon man at the fair? This is an attraction? Yes. He was at the fair for attraction purposes. He was there operating his hot air balloons, which are, of course, powered by nitrogen. Is highly explosive. I feel like it's this picture we have to present somewhere, and I don't know where. I'm missing something. The balloon, it doesn't have any passengers. There's a shot going to it. There's the experimentation stage. There's Hairbrain. What point of the incident was this taken? Right before this exploded. This balloon exploded. And I think right before this exploded as well. Or as the explosion was happening? I'm not sure. Chose another balloon he claims exploded moments after he took a shot. Right before he teleported. Yes, it was definitely before he teleported, because he's right there. So what was proposed happened was something exploded here. That man in the cage then ended up where that balloon is now. And that balloon exploded because he was teleported to where the balloon was. Because of an accident where this thingy was actually accidentally pointed at the balloon. Like, as the explosion happened, it, like, jostled upward. And, you know. We're gonna have to eventually prove that someone took a shot right here. And this is an empty green balloon just floating there. Yes. That we know of. In Loon's airspace, which is not supposed to happen. If this is not Loon's balloon, then it's someone else's, and that's not supposed to happen. If this is Loon's balloon, then there's something fishy going on. And he says all 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers, so that can't be his balloon because of the color and because there's no passengers. Or it can be his balloon and he's fucking lying through his teeth. Mucus stuck in there and it won't come out. Ugh. I have a theory. Probably not a theory that's gonna get me anywhere, but
Objection!
yep, no, it didn't. I was thinking, well, she said it burned up, and it was clearly shot. So, I can't figure this out. So I'm gonna do the only thing I know how to do, and that's look up the answer. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. Balloon. Present the photograph on statement 2. Luna claims that all of his balloons were carrying Wait, what? I did that. I did that, I thought. Hold on. What the fuck? I thought I presented the balloon, the photograph on...
Objection!
Yeah, what's going on here? Okay, hold on, guide. Yeah, no, I literally just did that. Press statement 5 and see a day. Takes issue with this, presume bots. There's a good fact to see a green balloon on that day. Backs up his claim with evidence. While God's camera isn't capable of taking photographs in color, the photograph may have provided another helpful hint. The photograph of the balloon is entered into the court record. Present the photograph of the balloon on statement 2, which is what I just did, and it's not letting me... What? Yeah, I'm sure I picked the picture. Hold on. Did I? I might have picked the other picture. Give me a second. Yeah, this is the right statement. This is statement 2. Give me a second. There's another picture we have at our disposal. I think I might have accidentally done that picture.
Objection!
Yep. We have 2 pictures. I'm sorry. God damn it. Unfortunately, the photograph master gods can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. Kept showing me the right picture, but not the right person. God! I kept showing you the right picture, but I kept showing the wrong picture to the fucking statement I should have been pressing. What? It shows the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely other balloons have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
See, they are for the pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with the passengers. Which tells us the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a 4th balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. Yes, but why was it fucking empty? See, the competition. They're trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went all wrong on the stage. The 4th balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so then the scraps that fell to the ground and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. They came from the bits of balloon raining down. But because no one was in it didn't get no attention. Mysterious 4th balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating above the experimentation stage.
Objection!
The photograph shows us nothing more. Stray balloon carrying no one, operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case. You underestimate it, Mr. Van Zeeks. Everything I show relates to the case.
His relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for the trial to be concluded. Really? Never really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up. They're not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? There's something more we can learn from it. There's more. Yes, there is. There's a straight fucking line. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gods may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for the definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Ja, that's right, Ja. It was not my fault. Evidently. But the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Of course, my lord. You look closely, it's plain enough to see. What's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In what way? In a way that leads to the unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests that the real reason the balloon exploded is something was being fucking shot at it. Right fucking here. The timing of the photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally by film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look at the magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of the bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably, some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? From the ground, madam?
But it couldn't have been a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire in sight for the balloon. Like an arrow? Indeed. In my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word. Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could have possibly reached that height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion. The particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals that how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence?
If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Don't leave us waiting in suspense. Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
This one, bitch. Oops. This one, bitch.
Take that!
True nature of the curious, slim streak of light is revealed by this.
Curious answer with a slim chance of being the correct one, I feel.
Wait, what? What? What do you mean? It's clearly a fucking arrow from a crossbow shot. What the fuck? And that's a crossbow. Hold on. Save scumming the shit out of this. could be. The only thing I'm thinking of is either that, which clearly didn't fucking work, or the screwdriver. But it has blood on it is the problem. I almost for certain know that was the thing that was shot directly at the balloon. I'm just not sure how it ended up back up on the stage. Gotta present it.
Take that!
Oh, yeah, okay. How the fuck was it not the crossbow thing? Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Load. Yes. So it's not this. It's not screwdriver. It wouldn't be the photo. Before I just brute force this, I want to try and figure out what it would be. It might be the experiment sketch?
Take that!
No, it is not. I have the guide open. What is it? Oh, I have to examine the mysterious contraption beforehand. Fuck off. I hate this. I hate that this game does that. I hate it's like, oh, well, you have to make sure that you examine it first. Swear I've already done that, but sure, whatever. Oh, there's some sort of lever here. You like a passkey also did the yes it did. Yes it did. Some sort of lever here. I think a couple of Well, now it's definitely a crossbow. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. Crossbow. These are the same thing, too. It's grooved here. Must be where the arrows are loaded. Arrows. I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. Perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with a bowstring 2 times out of 3. Punishes you for being smart and knowing, hey, this is the thing. Don't need to look too close. Yeah. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could even beat Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. looks like he wound this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. He must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up on this big exhibition grounds. We're not going to examine the trigger? Okay. Alright, well, now we can present it.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of the small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. I get examining photos carefully pointed out as to detail, but the whole crossbow, logically, it would unfold if presented as well. I don't know, man. It's just weird. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks like just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then the explosion of the balloon, it was a... Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow lighting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Does anyone notice the irony of him having red and blue striped balloons and then there's one green balloon?
Order! Council, this is an extraordinary supposition. Ugh.
The aim was to cause the balloon to explode. The shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there is an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused real panic. But with a big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, you know? I don't like this. Should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? The flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloons, and obviously it would have exploded. If the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued. Well, wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was it the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me.
Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. So, this is not where I was expecting the trial to go. Amid the smoke, the birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible, except the birdcage was probably really heavy and, you know, Hot air balloon. Does Hairbrain know? I don't know. What I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out on that day.
This... Good grief! Yada does it.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. But Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can only be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3? All there would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having the other man appear on the stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. This is fucking wild. Thanks, Juror 3?
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything getting inside would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon would very much depend upon the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4?
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen,
Oh, not nitrogen, hydrogen. Oops.
but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered.
Mixture ratio?
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But no such extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. Okay. I will say, where did the person and the birdcage from the stage go? It's all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
We accept this is what happened. And as the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Ugh. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ah! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. But Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. It's Hairbrain, isn't it? God damn it! We're trying to exonerate you of blame! Get off the stage! Boo! Fuck off. Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? Hairbrain, no, we are not trying to help you, idiot. No, we are trying to help you, idiot. But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. What? What? Sir, what? Hello? Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. I know that's supposed to be serious, but what the fuck? And what are you doing?
Order, order, order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection!
Why are you doing this? Yes. Good question, Potter. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. But if you confess, then they... What? You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. If you are convicted, the same thing would happen? Except you would die? Because you would be convicted of murder? Which is punishable by death? What the... It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you would do, Professor. You'll just let me. I can prove... Berek! Yes? I'll cooperate. And do whatever you say. I swear it. Oh, so please. Ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment is adhered to and protect my creation. What if he just cheers and goes, fuck no? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nepalese friend. What? Sometimes I feel like some cases should not be taken. This guy is against being defended, I guess. And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. You intend to formally assert the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick. Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation Act for Scientific Equipment Act that protects a professor's invention, it will cease to apply. So essentially we're being blackmailed. Prosecution will demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on the matter?
Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. To protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, but I uphold my client's request by seeing him condemned. So either it's a farce and the machine is dismantled, or it's real and the guy goes to the chair. Yeah. Yes. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. It isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Okay. Objection, you're racist. You're being racist. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. It's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? Defense asserts the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was, in fact. I have to do a counter and Craig. If it's not, then I lose. And also, he's put to death. I have to do a conjuring trick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Harebrained. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. Must I give up on? Not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? What? Susato? Hello? Susato-san? But what are you? Hiya! What the fuck? Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I need to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrained. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of the truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. Personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? Your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. Truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Wah! There goes the bottle. So, you finally opened your eyes. Is that a Nipponese joke? I know what he means. What? And as for you, Albert, can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Berk. Lord Van Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Oh, she's actually here? I thought it was his imagination. Nope, she's here.
I beg your pardon? beg your finest of pardons.
Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Tall. Taller than me, and thin. Thinner than me, with straight hair. Straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. A rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help positively identify the man. See, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What?
He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Enoch!
Drebber?
Does this name mean
Something members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name scientists wish to hear. That man's an abomination.
not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either? Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money.
Magicians are in need of money. I have heard of them restoring to these underhanded tactics, resulting to these underhanded tactics. Oh no, the magician and scientist don't like him? That's not good. Some acquaintances of mine, experience of such things, have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before.
A man is both an engineer and a magician, yes. We're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
Well, we gotta find this man. So, it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say, it sounds increasingly likely. So no one else believed it. I wanted to. I wanted to believe that the machine would function exactly like as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were very opposed to it being investigated, I presume. The machine was examined in detail, and its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. At the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life, would be over. Silver lining? I was terrified at the prospect. You really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. The true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it's the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly as the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork? Release your invention from the protection of afforded by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. Yes. Please, go ahead. I'm very sorry. So where's Drebber and the lookalike guy? I have a theory that Mr. Odie Asman wasn't killed. That was the lookalike. Mr. Odie Asman is somewhere running around. He didn't want to be affected by the Reaper's curse, as it were. So he had someone else take the fall for it. I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zieks.
My lord.
The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about the man if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence. The defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, the court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Okay, we're gonna go on break. We are, definitely overdue for one. We're gonna go on our usual 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we're gone. So, I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back. All right. Also, hi Snake. You also always join at like the last hour. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I'm I'm so sorry. was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? Oh, I watched a bit on and off since your first hour, but I was on your phone and cooking. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Ah, you ask for shirt flex, I give you Pride Disney. This was bought on our Disney World trip, me and my mom, in 2021, 2-ish. Exactly remember the dates. But yeah, some of my favorite memories. I saw You saw Wario? Oh no, you saw the fucking with the umlauts, cries in Bohemian. cries in Bohemian. Funny. You really have no idea, Professor? But what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? And what was really he was really constructing? Naturally, the machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright. In that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. We must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Yeah, hey, Susato, when did you get back? I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Can you explain how you got here so fast? Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you to know, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. I was just happy to see you again. It sort of slipped out. Oh man, do you guys know that moment when you're so happy to see a friend you haven't seen in so long that you just fucking judo throw them to the ground? That happens all the time to me. Except when I try to judo throw my friends, they judo throw me instead because I'm so weak. No. Totally. Don't you know that it's such a common occurrence, at least for me. You know? We can't tell him being facetious. Enunciating facetious like that really highlights how fucked up my mouth is right now. All my teeth. All my teeth. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. We saw each other IRL. I don't think either of us could judo throw. Either of us could judo throw either. Zombies bite someone. Ow, my teeth. Why he bite me? Why he bite me? That maniac. Why he bite me? Oh boy. Zizi's train was late in the London Victoria this morning. This morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip his horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. He's absolutely horrific, traumatizing horror. Oh boy. Oh boy. I really hope that in the remake, he just goes, oh fuck. or continues the tradition and just goes, oh boy. I don't remember, but now you got me curious. Time for YouTube BRB. Watching gallery, I can contain myself now. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh? Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? So why was she gone? So, end of the first game, she was called back to Japan because her father, it said her father was sick and she needed to be there. Turns out he wasn't sick, and we don't know exactly what in God's name. Okay, that's better than Oh Boy. Not as funny as Oh Boy, but better than Oh Boy. Her father wasn't sick, and we don't know the actual reason she was called back to Japan. It's probably something to do with the list of names we found at the end of last game. But I don't know. We haven't gotten that far in the game yet. You know, I've made one of my very special blends ever for this special occasion. Speaking of my mouth being fucked up, one of my broken teeth is so sharp right now that it's cutting my tongue. It's not a pleasant. It is not a pleasant sensation. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait. Podge to herself. Why is she biting? Does that guy appear in the game? The why you bite me guy? Is he there? Yes. Oh my god. Does he say it? He just eats a cheeseburger. Oh, he doesn't say why he bite me. Why he bite me? IDK, I already watched it, but I don't think so. Sasato-san was back in London. Hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued. Yeah, we could have ended here, but we were way overdue for a break. So I was like, gotta do it. It's a good time. Yeah, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, this room! Oh, it's been too long. It hasn't changed this in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you'd received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. My guy, you don't clean your room. I shouldn't recognize everything. Naruhodo and I are similar in that fact. He's just like me for real. I really need to clean my room. Maybe then I'll find my DS games. Oh, speaking of games, fun news for Switch expansion pass owners. We're getting 2 new Game Boy Advance games, and they're 2 very obscure games that people were like, what? It's Mr. Driller 2, and one of the Klonoa games was on Game Boy Advance. It's been off screen. Damn. Why you bite me? It's such an iconic line. And I'll find a lot of stuff. They're taking over the radio. They're talking over the radio and talking about how they look like zombies are rotting, and he's like, sounds like my wife. Wife bad. Wife badass humor. Well, we're delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Wife humor, oh boy. No, he says what in God's name in this game, in the remake. Wife bad, why she bite me? Boy, oh boy, what in God's name? At least it's both men. How do you know God's a man? God could be nebulous. God could even be God could even be a woman. Many people have wife bad because she bite me. Bite you because she's bad. Your wife bite you because she's kinky. You are not complimenting these questions when you first see the liquor, trust me. Huh? What do you mean? Wife bite me, why is she kinky? Why is she not? The question is, why aren't you? I mean, we all should have our little kinks. If you're a little vanilla, that's a little boring, but, I mean, hey. I don't know yet. Well, I know some of my kinks, but... No, all of them. I'm a little more vanilla than anything. Anything bites pot. You coming on to me, Potter? That tongue do, but still. Why you buy her? Pod is a snack. Aww, that's so sweet of you. I'm a very fatty snack. I'm not good for you. I have a lot of fat, probably a lot of sodium. I get salty sometimes. International Forensic... That's the same symposium that Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I have arrived safe and sound, and that's all that matters. All that matters is I'm here now. After all, I haven't fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. I love how I could eat you up, you little snack is considered cute, but I will devour you is terrifying.
Consume, feast.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that's particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Cosima. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Carl. About you-know-who. Carl. That guy who keeps putting traps everywhere. Traps and elaborate puzzles to get into. Cosima is the... So, in the first game... Were you there for the first game? I'm not sure. In the first game, Naruhodo is not the one who's technically supposed to be going to Europe to study law. It's his friend Cosima. Cosima is the one who gave him the sword. Gave him. He inherited it after Cosima died while in transport to Europe, which is the second murder that Naruhodo was accused of. He was smuggled on board by Cosima because he wanted him to come, and that ended up placing blame on him when Cosima eventually died. Which, it turns out it was some Russian woman for some reason. I don't remember why, but she killed him. And instead of Cosima practicing law, it is now us to basically fulfill his dream, which was to make the world a better place, and find the truth and all that stuff. Back in Britain, when I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. That awful trial? Oh, yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. I can just imagine Iris in that getup with a mustache, and just... It's silly. It's very funny. Did you know that dude in the truck got fined for speeding during the zombie outbreak? Why he fined me? Why he fined me? He also was trying to hide from the zombie, but he found him. Why he fined me? He's also very confused because the zombie asked to bite him before biting him. Why he kind to me? He didn't even get to finish his cheeseburger in the remake. Heartbreaking. I vaguely remember I think I seen Susie as a man or something, but I have no idea any other details. Yeah, so she was in court. She was in court to defend one of her friends who, at first, had no idea that, this was Susato, being dressed as, a man. Why? They call him the truck guy. Why he me? He, me, why? Why he? He's having a stroke. He, why me? He bite, why? Why he, me, why me? And it was funny because she was like, "Oh my god, you're so dashing," and Chisato's like, Remind me of that Among Us episode where everyone had names like me, you, us, or him. You, me, saw you with that guy. Now that guy's dead. Multiple clones being led around. Why you kite me? Something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Stotto. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. Sent me a letter with something to do with that convict's loot that was found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh. It was also because of that? He's punched by Leon. Why you fight me? That's right. A very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. That was in the loot? I don't remember that. Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that's when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? That's his puppy play collar. It's like, shit, how did it end up in Europe and how did Mr. Natsume find it? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. Yep, that's definitely his pet play collar. Professor Mikotoba, kinky. Only imagine this must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. That's his collar. This isn't Yakuza. What? Oh, is it because of there's that one quest in Yakuza 0 that we did with the dominatrix? Talk clip of Yakuza game with diapers. And the trike dude see his wife and wondering why he got married. Why she wifey? A clip of Yakuza game with diapers is No, I just erased that from my mind. Apparently I'm the only one who hasn't. Apparently I'm the only one who hasn't seen it. What a shit show of a quest. Can y'all tell me what game that's in? What Yakuza game that's in now? Just out of curiosity. Or are you gonna let me find out when I keep playing Kiwami 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I had no idea what game. I own a few Yakuza. I never play. I'd rather play it yet. You don't know much. The very meaningful looks Chisato's giving Iris there. Is it? Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikitoba is the expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo? Judge Goku?
I hear your law is strong.
I found what game it's in. Okay, so don't tell me what game it's in. I am playing Yakuza Kiwami, which is the first game, technically. Oh, it's one I got. Oh no. Which is the it goes Yakuza 0, Kiwami, Kiwami 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All that stuff. Am I close in number or far in number from it? Why he diapered me? Why he diapered me? I'm done. Last year in the Supreme Court. Can't possibly have forgotten. A terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder? Be my baby. God. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Shikoku who presided over that trial. I can't play Resident Evil 2 until Pod gets to a certain part because I'm stuck myself. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. We won't actually arrive till next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. Podge will get to whatever game, see the title of the quest, and just go, nope, 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 nope. We can move on and work it out together. Depends on how good Podge's memory is. This mind ain't a steel trap at all. I sometimes will go to a new tab on the internet to search for something, and when I open that new tab, I completely forget what I was trying to search for. I will open up the tab and I'll be like, what was I doing? What was I doing? Shit, what was I doing? And then I'll remember like seconds later, but like, I'm just like, it's, to me, it's the same way, it's the same thing as like getting up and going to a room and getting out of that, getting into that room and completely forgetting why you were in that room. Now, I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. Oh wait, we'll be... oh wait. We will, because Clairside. You playing both characters or just one Podge? I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a good question. Justice for Truck Guy. So, what might, depending on how long it takes me to get through Resident Evil 2. If I get through, Leon's story in a reasonable amount of time, where I still have some time left and I can really go, oh yeah, I can definitely do Clairside in this time, then I'll do Clairside as well. But I feel like you should play Claire for trans reasons. Maybe. I don't know, maybe I'll find Claire very gender. I don't entirely know what very gender means, but I have looked at characters and gone, very gender. Was it a stretch of a joke because, because Claire? Because Claire was the one who really made me explore more? A lot is said about eggs and trans. Do you get it, Punch? Eggs? Oh, I get it now. Yeah, I get it. When did Potter mention eggs? I have no idea. Alright. It was in a DM. Oh. If you don't know the connection between eggs and trans, it's when someone realizes they're trans, their eggs, they cracked their egg is really what it is. Like, many people have told me, like, you already cracked your egg when you realized you might be bigender. And Sunflower was like, you're preening, which was like breaking out of the egg, like, but when I found out I was likely trans. So yeah, that's I'm not exactly sure why why it came to be. Why should crack me? If I somehow make anyone in my audience, coming full circle, if I somehow if anyone in my audience somehow finds out they're trans through me, like, for some reason something like clicks, I will gladly say I cracked their egg. And if any of y'all in chat right now, any of y'all watching the VOD, any of y'all find out that you might be, or you have any questions, if you're starting to question it and you want someone to talk to about it, I am all ears. I am all ears, honey. Any of you watching the VOD stares into their soul for a second. But if you all want to talk, if you need that edited with an uncanny Mr. Incredible Guy music. But if any of y'all have any, like, if you're starting to question it and you need someone to talk to, I am here. I am willing to listen. I might not have all the solutions. I future VOD watchers that may or may not exist. I usually... on these specific VODs, I usually get at least 1 to 2 people who watch it. So the 1 to 2 people... I think he's hoping by achieving exceptional results to get through a job of Attorney General. Or a senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's a Lord Stronghardt's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Ninkatoba know Lord Stronghardt personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Stronghart gave me a long speech all about the very subject only yesterday. I sort of lost the will to live. But I sort of lost the will to live early on. Didn't really listen to much of it. Oh. Week's still spooky month. So as I said for Spooky Month, I mean we are playing Resident Evil 4 Spooky Month, but from what I am hearing, there is going to be a Pen Dog update in October, and we might be exploring that site in October as well. See what we can't find on our own. I've never been so feral for Podge Entertainment in my life. Yeah, apart from Rest 4. Yeah! How trying for you. Dale Brett. Dale Brett. Whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. Name I won't forget as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, Ames is a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. It turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. He was using a false name. I'm gonna be there for Podge for his first fist hole. I'm gonna be here for a huge moment in the gamer's life, breaking his whole fisting cherry and joining the whole fisters. Although I can't remember if there's a hole you go through. For some reason, whole fisters will still be funny. And Silent Hill 2 has a big intro, and Big and 2 is big into it. Big into whole fisting. But how can that be? Why you fist me? It's a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. That makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. You know, Podge is going to lose her shit the first time she gets her head shoved. She got to shove her hand into a hole in one of those games. I'm gonna make it a big celebration. I'm gonna I'm gonna like grab a bag of confetti. I'm gonna put my fist in that hole in game and and throw the confetti. We did it, everyone! We fisted our first hole. Our first hole. What could that woman have been up to? I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Now she's been killed. Oh, the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Glory hole for short. Ishin. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Have we? What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. Oh, I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in the prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? He was dead already, wasn't he? He died on the voyage to Great Britain. Oh, I must go. But we're almost done anyway, so... See you, Pada. The body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? It turns out that his body never arrived. It just... disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Got a RuneScape advert. Lol, it's 2003 again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Uh-oh. It froze. It froze. Uh-oh. And it's just the footage, because the game is fine. Uh-oh. Not even any audio going on, oh no. Here, let's do really quick properties. Deactivate, activate again. There we go, perfect. All fixed. All fixed. Our government tried to cover up the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our own hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Miganobu know about this? Yes. It would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? We have some time, we still have some time. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Bria was definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Rest your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh yeah, Sholmes was there for some reason. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. Of Kazuma-sama hadn't actually been dead at all. I mean that Mr. Sholmes has lied to us. There's no reason why he would have possibly done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. It turns out not to be true. And I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what it might do to me. Oh, Mr. Soto. I think she's given the idea of thought it deserves. It's Sato-san we're talking about, after all. I probably shouldn't push it now. Okay, so we have some time left, but it's like 2 minutes. We can't really do much. So what we are going to do, we're going to end here. We're going to end here. So thank you all for coming out, of course, as usual. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for making all the "why he bite me" jokes. And telling me about the diaper quest in Yakuza. Thing gotta work. I gotta watch out for. Anyway. So tomorrow, of course, we are. I am off, but Saturday we are going to go back to Resident Evil 2. See if we can't, get farther in that and not constantly die. And we are on easy, so it should be fine, but still. And then on Sunday we will be back to 3. So, until I see you guys on Saturday, though, I hope you are having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye. Wrong one.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.